Hello. Yeah, it's not Red Dead Redemption 2 today. I think I kind of fried my brain a little bit yesterday trying to find that stupid freaking woodpecker. And I think I'm doing the same thing for too long. Also, I keep walking by these two Lego sets that are in my apartment that I got at Christmas time. So, well, Lego and a Mega Block set, but regardless, I've walked by these things just sitting in the bag that I brought them home in after I got them for I got them at Christmas, and not enough time as any to put them together, I suppose. Is going to do something though. Copy and paste on the side of time. There we go. I don't know, I complete buffoon posting it there. Yay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I know this one is like uber Christmas themed, but I'm gonna assemble it first because I said Legos and such, and well, by God, that's what we're gonna do. This is a pair of kitchen shears I bought because sometimes when I took stuff to get work for lunch, there'd be a little package you had to rip open or cut open, and I never felt like I could rip those packets open easily, so I just bought these kitchen shears for that, and they're sitting here in my office for I guess I ever need to cut something open. I had a box cutter, and then I don't have the slightest clue where I put it. So, yeah. But I'm a problem solver, so. Okay, so that's bag 8, 4. Now it looks like I'm just half like weighing this. You're correct. Back one, we'll start with that. Comes off a nice little, I guess, dining TV dinner tray here, I guess what it's called. I'd also try that, so if I can help it blow up the microphone. There's probably a far better way to not have here every time I pick up one of these plastic bags, but I'm just going to mute the microphone every time I have to move one. So, why didn't you think of that before you were moving them earlier? I also got this lovely sophisticated shirt that I like puns and wordplay. I do feel maybe a bit sophisticated with doing this. So, yeah, let me. It's only off camera, admittedly. good enough. And as you can see, the floor of this office is not even remotely close to being organized, but I tag myself as neurodivergent on Twitch for a reason. It's because shockingly I am. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna pre-sort all of these. There we go. Alright. Hello, hello, good evening. How are you? How have you been, my friend? Okay. This is probably going to get annoying at some point. Okay. So, make that cooperate. There we go. Okay. And there. And that there. Okay. Then I'm presuming these are going to be even. I presume it's going to be evenly spaced. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that sounds eventful and not always pleasant. Yeah, I do. I do recall it always being at least a little chaotic to move out of the dorms at the end of every semester, especially the end of spring semester. I was like going home for the summer, then I had to live in my bedroom, which had to contain me and the sea of boxes I had to kind of maneuver around and maybe occasionally use as a service. Let me just place stuff here and use it as a temporary table. Then there's packing back up and moving it all back in, and yeah. Yeah, it's great living on campus, just not fun moving on to and off of. Yeah, the UNC Greensboro, I think it was always a thing of, I think like near the end of the semester, like, hey, you moving back or not? Where are you gonna live and all of that? And I was always on it. I think probably also is a thing of like, oh, you lived here this semester, so you get first dibs if you want. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, that's even there. Okay. Yeah, put that there. And then I need two of these. Then I need two of these. But yeah, I do hope that sooner rather than later you get to learn that yes, you do indeed have a dorm room so that you can continue living on campus, because that's just, there's only one semester I didn't live on campus. That's because I only had one class. So, but it's so nice being able just to walk to and from your classes, not have to worry like, is the bus gonna make it on time? Will I make it on time? Yeah. So you have a lovely week and a half to be nervous. Then that's gonna be fun. I guess just try to keep yourself busy. If you believe in some higher power, ask them to look out for you. I guess. Okay. So I need. So I think it's gonna be all of these. It's almost the rest of this bag, actually. I'll need to crack open a second. Yeah, I've just been continuing to stream. It was a variety of things, and I started trying to just focus on something. I did get Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, story-wise, done on stream. I still might want to go back, at least off stream, and get all the collectibles so I can finally uninstall the 130 gigabytes that takes up. Recently, it's been through Red Dead Redemption 2 almost nonstop because I love that game. And I think just the game is still popular even 8 years after it came out because there's still so many little things to discover. People are like, oh, I discovered this little spot where you can get a gold bar, or I've never seen this NPC interaction before. And of course, all of us that love Rockstar Games stuff is like, oh my God, GTA 6 is pre-orders start next week. That's good to hear. It's good to hear that it's cool. It's awesome. And I thank you for giving me even the lurking viewership. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just happy I'm finally putting this Lego together because, as I said, just I was sitting like over there, just keep walking by like, I should put that together at some point. I should put it together at some point. I've been doing that since I got these gifts from friends. This and other gifts, I got it. I think I saw them like early January. Is when we did our Christmas get together. So, and I like this. This is, as I said earlier, this is like Christmas is anything. It's like little centerpiece for a Christmas table, but I was born Christmas Eve, so whatever. And plus, I get Christmas decoration when Christmas comes around, or just Christmas thing I just keep on a shelf all year. So that does that. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm about to have to crack open bag 2 wherever it is, and I'm gonna. I guess we'll see if I get through all of these or not, and then I'll. I mean, I guess I might just like transition to. Maybe I'll do BRB and then just transition everything back to my regular setup so I can maybe like play something. I don't know what. Probably not Red Dead Redemption 2 because I spent yesterday looking for a freaking woodpecker for one of the collectibles and I couldn't find it because birds are really freaking hard to hunt in that game because they're small. And then you're like, oh, I see it goes flying off. You're like, mother. Then I have to leave the area and come back. And of course, I guess like a good thing is woodpeckers are supposedly everywhere on the map in Red Dead Redemption 2. So, and it's one of those things where I think I even called it in the stream where it's one of those things where you ain't looking for it. They're fluttering all over the place. You can almost not help but trip over them. When you're looking for them, it's like, you're usually everywhere. And then also you have to be careful in that in the game because they have a great hunting mechanic where it's a thing of you must use the proper weapon in order to not completely hurt the animal. You have to, with birds, you have to hit him with a small game arrow, and that gets to be big. It's like, well, you can't hit him just anywhere. You got to hit him kind of like, I guess, like in the head. There we go. Because this was talking about it needed this piece and these. Don't know why that wasn't just in bag 1. But yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2's hunting. I do appreciate that it's, hey, if you want to hunt a deer, for example, you need to hit it with a rifle in the head. If it's a smaller animal, it must be a varmint rifle or a small game arrow. It's just actually hitting them. If I'm going to collect all of the craftable things, eventually I'm going to need perfect snake skins, which they're ones that they're either going to be hiding in the grass, so you don't know what's going to happen until it's too late. Or yesterday's stream showed, I'm going to hunt it. It's a 3-star. Yes, okay, perfect. Let me hit you. Get over to it. 1 star. Thankfully, there are snakes that swim in the water, so maybe I can get a kill on them that way. And I still might need to. I'm going like 100% plus the game because it doesn't require you to do everything that I thought it did do 100%, but it still requires quite a bit. And then there's so much more after that. I'm like, well, I already got the mindset. I need to get all the outfits and find all the animals. And so I'm probably going to, as I've said, 100% plus it. But even then, there might be some like, I have a hard time finding that animal. So no, I'm not going to go try to freaking find it. I'll probably at some point sit down and actually write out a list of stuff that I for sure will want. Also, yeah, GTA 6 is coming out in November. That's all those. Okay. And next week is their pre-order, and probably at some point I'll stream more of GTA Online as I get closer to making rank 1,000, which I probably should have gotten already because I played it since day one, but then other games came out, and it was only when they're like, yeah, now we're gonna tell you exactly when it's coming out, which was before it was like, oh, it's coming out May 26th of this year, after they just said arbitrarily 2025, which I thought 2025. I'm like, all right, cool, I'll keep an eye on it, I guess. People say, oh, this is the second time they delayed it. Like, no, it's not. A year is not a good release date, especially for someone like Rockstar, who's very mum until they have something to say. So there's so much of the rumor and speculation. It's this and that, you know. Yes, indeed I am, brother. I've watched by these sets for forever, and I just need something else to do, and I about drove myself nuts trying to find birds yesterday in Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll probably get back to that. Probably tomorrow. I just wanted to do something different. I guess I'm still, with this streaming schedule, still trying to find a balance between, because before I was streaming something different every day. And that just, it was so easy for that to turn into, like, taking forever to get anything done. But now I'm just streaming just Red Dead Redemption 2. That game takes a long time to get through. So it might need to be a thing of, like, I don't know, say like maybe like 2 days that I stream with Red Dead Redemption 2 for sure, and then save at least one day to be, I guess you could say, anything else. That way I can break up, I guess, the monotony and break up the feeling stuck. Like, for example, you can't find a little bird after searching for it for 2.5 freaking hours. Or in my case, I found a rat. Yay, let me cook some meat. Perfect rat carcass. You destroyed your rat. At least I can find the rat pretty easy. Rats are everywhere. I have been running my mouth for a bit, so. Whatever, I'll keep it open. I finish sorting these pieces. That goes there. We'll put those there. That there. That there. And. Alright, cool. I drink some soda with lunch. Don't. Just. I drink water sometimes when I remember. Okay, so we're going to be building. And I got these bags, like, really down to it. Okay. I was seeing someone. Hush. Gosh. Um, I saw someone, her name is Alyssa Grenfell. She used to be part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or Mormon Church. And she did a video recently where the LDS Church had come up with their own version of Lego sets. They called it something that was like really good. It was Brick Them Young, because of Brigham Young being one of their, I think it was his second prophet, I think. And when she was building the set of, I think it was one of the temples for the church, she had made the comment that her kid had been, she has two sons, so they work with Legos, and she had noted that the Lego sets are good about, good instruction manuals, everything broken down and being clear about it, and everything, in its numbered bags and all of that. And they've probably done it more so in the year since I've last majorly built Legos, and yeah, it is really good. They've broken down very, very well. Well, I've probably built Legos with my brother in recent years, so I probably saw it more recently, but yeah, it's just, I think there's 8 bags in this, and then they're like, hey, how to bag 2, bag 3. Meanwhile, for the little temple set that the one person was building, it's a church that's like, there's gonna be a lot of like, I think like gray for all the walls and all of that. So if you just have a big thing of, it'd be like just have a whole bunch of this. I probably not a good example of it, but like, like some of these like black pieces I use. It's a bunch of those, but gray, just like maybe like a few hundred of those for the walls, and it's like, here, just open these unnumbered bags and hope you can find the pieces you need. Meanwhile, this has a lot more broken down. So, okay, I need 4 of those. There. And I have someone that's helping me to, I guess, start designing my YouTube channel and other stuff to not be stuff I doodled in Microsoft Paint in like 15 minutes. That's the strange thing to do, right? You mention social media, you're like, here's where you can go find it. But yeah, Great Czar N channel is still a junk drawer, as I say, down below on this Twitch channel. I still need to sort out. I still need to make some video about something. There's like the AEW's men title, how I think there's too many of them, which that started turning into a bit more of a, oh, there's a lot more to say and think about than I'd realized. Because there are 7 titles for the men, which that's a bunch. And then quite a few of them can overlap with what purpose you think they can serve. But then you have to think about, oh, well, the women also have 3 titles. And then for some of these, you definitely never want contender matches. And I think absolutely sure. What that looks like. Close enough, I guess. Okay. And then AEW also have a lot of tournaments, so you need time for those, and you need matches that aren't title matches, and yeah, it's a thing of, yeah, the men have too many titles. They need to shrink it down a little bit. And then I've been playing Librarian. I think it's Clean Up the Arcane Library. I want to make a video about like the programming behind how all that was probably made. I think I saw people like it's announced, and it's always been a thing with Rockstar of whenever they release games, it's always to the consoles first and then the PC like a year later. And there's probably people that want to have a bit of a fit about it, but it makes sense because with game consoles, you're going to have. You can see just my Xbox. Every Xbox Series X has the same CPU, same graphics cards. There's a bunch of other settings that are all the same. That's something that you can figure out with this. You don't have to worry about hardware. And the worst you have to do is like, oh, now we have to include the PS5 and its architecture. And again, it's a thing of, well, cool. Now we've only got two pieces of hardware, technically four, I guess, because you have the Series X and the PS5 Pro have their own hardware specs and all of that. But you can limit it down to, okay, if something's not working, we know it's our code, not the hardware. Meanwhile, you get to a PC, it's like, well, is it an Intel, an AMD, or an NVIDIA graphics card? Which graphics card? Which version of the drivers do they have? Is this setting or that setting there? What CPU is it? And it's something where you're going to almost just get lost just in the hardware stuff. And you're not going to know, okay, is it a bug with our code or is it a weird quirk with, a piece of hardware? And I don't know how deep I can go with that. It's almost something that's like it almost could be too long for like a YouTube short, but it's also just I don't know at a certain point what more do I say after a while. But yeah, I'd love to do stuff for it because I got into programming because of video games. So it's fun to sit there sometimes for me and just wonder, okay, well, how do they program, X, Y, Z thing? Let me see something. Okay, that'd be on the opposite side. Okay. So the library game I'm talking about, for example, the premise is, okay, you are a worker at this library. A fairy came through and just tossed all 3,070 something books all over the place. And you've got to find where each book goes based upon section. Then you got to make sure all of the books of the same series are all together in order and all of that. So there's a achievement for like, oh, speedrun like 3 hours. I'm like, I'm like, I'm currently, I was playing a little bit before I got on here. It's like 13 hours. I'm still a ways to go. So it's just like, yeah, it's like Godspeed if you can do it in 3 hours. I guess if you really knew where stuff was, because some of the titles are pretty clear. Some of them might say like, oh, management. If you have your own library, you can do whatever you want. But in this game, you do have magic powers to help you sort stuff faster. That's something to consider. And plus, you can inadvertently step on those books in this game. If you step on a book in real life, it may or may not be good for the book. I mean, if you want to really challenge yourself and not have to buy 2,900 more books, and there's 3,070 something in this game. I feel like I wrote it down somewhere. It's like arcane sort out the library. I think it's how much it was. It's one that there's quite a few people playing it on YouTube. But also, I don't think you're having to resort all of your 100 books because a fairy came through and just chucked them all over the place. And also, there's just some funny titles in there. There's a romance book section. There's a history section. There's uh, philosophy. There's an economics section. I mean, if you don't want to drop that, I want to say it's maybe like a $10 game. If you just want to dedicate a lot of time. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I lost track of what I was doing for a second. Apparently, I really lost track of what I was doing. That goes there. Yeah, I definitely do have that. I do my best to not buy a bunch of games because people will go, "Oh, LOL, I have like 500 games in my Steam library, but I can't play any of them. Then why'd you get them? Oh, because they're like $2." And I've had Xbox Live Gold since forever, and every month PlayStation Plus does it, where think about games all the time, and I'll download them, and sometimes I'll play them. Other times I'm just like, cool, I got it. Um, Across the multiple generations of Xbox, I have a lot of games. Some of them physical, some of them digital downloads that I've honestly probably like played and almost forgotten about by now, but they're fun. And then there's some games that I get for free that do stick with me. There's Valiant Hearts: The Great War, which I'm tempted to stream at some point, but also be mindful of something that I didn't know about when I streamed it the first time. Long, long time ago. I think if you dig through the Great Czar N YouTube channel, you can see the one or two live streams I uploaded, and it's like randomly muted throughout because the music is just, there's like super duper copyrighted or something, I guess. I think the game probably came out when streaming was still kind of on the up and up, kind of on the upswing. Um, so there's just like copyright stuff with music and all that, and just all that. Like I think like technically the like legal agreements that we agreed to play games said technically like we couldn't live stream them technically, and then they've been rewritten since to where like, oh yeah, you can because streaming's a thing now. But like yeah, just randomly throughout in those old live streams, it'll just randomly get muted, and I didn't like it because the music in that game is really really good. Um, what's the game about, Czar? It's in World War One, and it's telling the story of four different people who were affected by the First World War. It's a 2D kind of like puzzly game where, for example, one of the main characters wants to write a letter to his daughter. In order to do it, he'd have to give one guy a dry sock or some dry socks, then another guy, and in order to get the feather he would need, he needs to try to get a piece of bread and get a pigeon and get a feather from the pigeon. So, okay, you grab the sock. Okay, well, the sock's dirty. Okay, well, we have guys washing dishes, but as soon as they see you put the sock in the soapy water, they're like, "What are you doing? Get this out of here!" So you have to wait and put the sock in when they're not looking, and then as they clean the dishes, they'll like put it up. They'll like put it somewhere where it's like drying out. Then you have to grab the sock, put it on a hot stove to dry it out, and then give it to the guy, and then go from there. And it's also a game that there's the collectibles where you find like little items of like, oh, here's a helmet. So you learn the story of like the Pickleborn helmet. Oh, here's a lighter from back then, and you can learn about that lighter, and they'll talk about like the various troops that like the British, for example, would have brought up, and it's a game that they do that also there's not a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of like, you see like a little bubble that indicates like go this way, or oh, this person in danger, and it is a really good small game. Yeah, that's correct. So I've ever streamed Valiant Hearts: The Great War. One, I'll try to brush up on World War One history in order to be able to say a lot more about it, and then I also will just need to be mindful that I'll probably need to lower the music volume or like mute the music, and then I guess also like see if I can find a decent replacement for it. I also know that they made like a sequel to it. I haven't bought it yet, but I might want to play it. I think I saw people say that it's not quite as good as the first game, but it's still good. What I imagine. So, yeah, it's great. Just showing just how the continent of Europe got ripped apart by World War One. Because at the start of the story, you're seeing that there's a German man and a French woman that got separated by the war. Because as soon as Germany and France went to war, Karl is the German soldier. He got sent back to Germany because, like, hey, we're at war now. You got to go. And there's the immediate thing of one, you have two people that have been married probably for at least a few years at that point, separated. And also, they had a kid. So now he's having to go to war and fight his wife's country, and that's just tragedy all by itself. And then the one character I was talking about that was trying to write a letter back to his daughter, that woman is his daughter. So you also see early on how Karl and I can't remember the French soldier's name. They do eventually cross paths a few times. And it can be a good, very quick overview of World War One. But there's also just so much more to it. But they do hit on the major battles. I think there's Battle of the Marne, the Somme. I think they're at Verdun. And again, there's like narration, and occasionally there's some dialogue. You might see a cutscene where characters like reading a letter they've written, but again, most of the game is just And there is one American you run into that says like a little bit of dialogue, like "Thank you, my friend." Messy and walking off. But again, to like be told what to do next, it's a lot of just there's a picture of you see somebody really sad, or you see like, hey, it's like a medical cross, like, hey, this person needs medical care over here. So I'd imagine you could still probably get Valiant Hearts: The Great War. Just the name of the game. Again, I might stream it at some point, especially if I can find some decent replacement for the music. That apparently it's, at least back whenever I first streamed it, was like super copyrighted, apparently. And they never worked out the agreement to it. But the music makes the game, which is what makes me so sad about it. I've been playing through that again a little bit, even though I got all the achievements for it. I like playing through it. It was something kind of low-key, I guess, compared to some of the other stuff that I played. Okay, that's bag 2. Star Trucker is another game I've been playing. So if ever you play any like Euro Trucker or American Trucker stuff, do it, but in space. Which the moment I heard the concept of, oh, it's trucking in space, it's like, interesting. But also you might be like, oh god, what do you mean I have to drive in 3 dimensions? Because you're flying through space as a space trucker. I think that's one that was like free on Xbox Game Pass. That's how I got it. And when I do finally have money flowing again, I'm definitely going to buy it finally, just because the devs have earned it. And they also recently added a small update where you can do like ventures. And the ventures might be like, hey, we have a client that needs this sign, repainted. Hey, this drone's out of fuel, so you can go do that and get some money real quick. And you can buy, and unlock, or you unlock like little stuff for your dashboard, or you can buy different bedding, or you can upgrade your space suit to be a different color. So that might be another one that, especially if I can have a bit of an audience that's watching, play that game as well. And also maybe randomly try to think about how, I don't want to say it'd be boring to figure out how Space Trucker is. I think it's called Space Trucker. Or Star Trucker. I think it's Star Trucker. I don't want to say it'd be boring to figure out how that's programmed, but it's, I don't know, maybe I can think of a way how that was programmed in some way, shape, or form. Some interesting thing. Like, this is how they might have programmed it, both data structure and algorithm-wise. That game can be relaxing, but also stressful, because on the one hand, it can be like, oh, yeah, you're driving around, you're buying and selling stuff for your truck, Because you can like buy like some food in one sector for like because the price is down like 15%, then sell it for like when it's up like 9% in another sector. And obviously like hauling cargo around, and that can be fun. But then also you can have a problem of, oh, there's asteroids and I'm damaging my ship. Now I gotta stop, gotta get out, gotta patch my truck, and I'm not sure if I can play that or not, but there. Gotta go patch your truck. There's an air leak, and you also gotta watch your power cells the uh, because various things obviously require power. And then I think there's like one or two systems that it's more about just there's not batteries, but oh, it's called a UTC, I don't think. But you got to watch that that doesn't go out on you because if you have, I know the gravity, for example, requires, I don't call it a UTC and a power cell. If one or the other goes out, you'll turn around and go, oh, why is my stuff in my cargo float in my cab floating? Oh no. And that can be bad because a lot of things, if they bump around, they can get damaged and lose value when you try to sell them again. There we go. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've played recently. I know I've added my little widget on my channel that talks about games that I want to stream at some point. There's a few that I'm definitely eyeing that I'm like, well, I might save those for like more like Halloween time. Like a Plague Tale might be good there. I know Gears of War E-Day is coming out. So Gears of War, the first one, has had like 2 times it's been remastered, and so me and my friend both got the most recent one. I think it's Reloaded, I think, edition, and you know, we want to play it because we love Gears of War, and we both said like, yeah, we want to play it. We don't want to play it by ourselves. We want to play the story with each other, and I might stream Gears of War after he and I finally do play through the campaign in that game again because I feel like I promised it to him. I felt like when I said I was going to do it, I said I meant with him. I wasn't going to like. I don't want to play the other Gears of War games without playing through that first one. I'd want to stream the most recent one, but I don't want to play it. I want to stream it until I've played it with him. I think my rambling in there made sense because I love Gears of War, and they announced Gears of War E-Day. I was excited as I'll get out for it. You know, it looks awesome. Um, I'm really excited that when Xbox did their Game Direct a week or two back, they gave E-Day its own little mini direct after their overall, I always call it direct, but like own showcase. Xbox just says showcases. So Xbox gave E-Day its own showcase. And it looks awesome. It goes in a direction that I figured they would go with the story stuff of going back to E-Day. Because when you start the first Gears of War, you're 14 years into the Locust Human War. And I think Judgment was not too long after E-Day, but this is like Emergence Day proper. Like, okay, we've heard about what Emergence Day was like when the locusts burst out of the ground and murdered billions of humans after the Pendulum Wars had ended. Okay, what did that look like? And it looks like they're just going to be demonstrating in real time. Yeah, you're going to see this city getting torn apart by the locust. And in the trailer at the beginning, they show you the lore of where the Lancer came from, where the Lancer finally got its chainsaw, which the lore was that the locust had such thick skin that the bayonets on the regular Lancers just. I think the original lore was, but like originally the lore was that it was like not on E-Day that they came up with the chainsaw bayonet, but it was somewhere else. It was a hardware store. There's like little details that got changed were insignificant. In the trailer, it's not that the bayonet broke off in this more souped up locust, but that it barely penetrated. The locust was just like screw this. What the fuck are you doing? That didn't hurt. and about strangled Marcus to death when Ty comes in and just chainsaws the Locust in two, which that is accurate across. I forgot which. I think it was one of the Gears of War novels talked about how it was Locust and Ty and some other people fighting in a hardware store, and Ty just found a chainsaw and just cut through a Locust. And Marcus wrote his dad like, "Hey, yeah, our bayonets suck. See if you can integrate a chainsaw to the Lancers now." And I think in this game we do get the Lancers. So there's them slightly changing the lore a little bit so that we have what is the most iconic Gears of War weapon probably, which is the Lancer with the chainsaw bayonet. And it's easy to, like, when you see this game, you're like, oh, it's all blood and gore and chainsaw bayonets and all that. And you do come for that game for the, cover mechanics, the blood and the gore and all that. But you stay for the really awesome, very just touching story as well. And I don't know if it's maybe like Gears of War 3. Gears of War 3 had Brothers to the End. And throughout Gears of War, probably overall, there's always the, Brothers to the End and, Never Fight Alone and all of that. I think Never Fight Alone has become they've kind of had a mental health little campaign for years, and that's their thing of you're not fighting alone or never fight alone. Which is a really awesome. It's an awesome thing. I haven't, but I will never reject reading them. I've seen screenshots of them, but I'd love to read the Gears comics just to get more of the lore. I have some of the Gears of War novels. I think I loaned one novel to somebody, and I don't know they ever got it back to me. I think some others might be sitting in the shed at Mom and Dad's house, I think, or sitting in the garage somewhere. I do have. I bought one of the novels after I moved out. Was I think it was Aspo Fields, not Aspo Fields, The Slab, I think it's called, and it's talking about Marcus's imprisonment because 10 years into the Locust Human War, he violated orders and went to go rescue his dad because the Locusts were attacking the Phoenix family mansion. And for some reason or another, Marcus didn't get executed for violating a direct order. And we're 10 years into a war where the Locusts they're committing genocide on the humanity. And it's like, we cannot have any soldier stepping out of line. But I think it's like through the testimonial of Dom, who is his greatest friend, and so I thought, well, he has served very, very well over the years. We won't execute him. We'll just send him to the slab for, I think it's 40 years. I think is the sentence, or life. I can't remember. But the slab is just, is not a great place to go. I think Gears of War just has. There's times where they probably have mentioned stuff offhand, and there's just backstory that can be talked about. There's so much untapped story that they can still tell. I know that a few of the Gear novels, at least, they were set between Gears 2 and Gears 3, so they could fill in some gaps and tell you who. I think at least Bernie got introduced in the novels, or Bernie got fleshed out in the novels, who is someone that I think in another lifetime Colonel Hoffman would have been married to, and they probably are kind of sort of in a relationship even now when they're up there in age, but they have great comfort to each other. But yeah, the slab is like this really awful prison where, if people are dying, people would probably be like, it's the slab. And Marcus is there for 4 years, because there's 10 years after E-Day when he violates his orders, and then Gears 1 picks up 14 years after E-Day. And when you find with Gears 1, it's a thing of all the other prisoners in the slab got pardoned, and were released except for Marcus. So Dom's like, screw it, I'm gonna go get my friend out of prison, and that's where you start. And again, once me and my friend Byron can play through the latest remaster of Gears of War, I'll be able to definitely put it on my rotation of stuff to stream. I also need to have somebody. There's somebody I started playing the Gears of War games with, but we never got through Gears 3, and there's a massive thing that happens in Gears 3 that I'd want them to experience before they potentially see it on stream, and though they're busy as all get out, so they'd probably never watch the stream where I'm playing through it. There's a very tragic death that happened that I'd want them to experience. This sounds, I want them to experience this character dying, but it's a heart wrenching death. It's one that people will say is people make an argument it's the most tragic. I can say that, and then another one of the most tragic. I'll be vague because there's people that don't know what they are and want to play the games themselves, both now and anybody watches in the future. But trying to remember what I have on that list of games that I'd want to play. I know the first Red Dead Redemption, which probably somewhat after I get through Red Dead Redemption's 2 story and at least maybe like the official 100%, I might go to the first Red Dead Redemption, which was a great game. I remember getting it for like 50 something dollars because for some strange reason somebody bought it and then returned it soon after because they didn't understand the greatness they had. And me getting that game for 50 something dollars was like, oh, I got it for a steal. It was more than worth it. It's because I'll say it was Rockstar. It's Rockstar Games. When they really put their time and effort into it, they do great things. And they're all very mum about everything. Because people want to get mad at Rockstar occasionally. I'm like, y'all hyped yourselves up. Y'all convinced yourselves Rockstar was doing something they never said they were going to do. Because speaking of Red Dead Redemption, a few years back they were re-releasing it and bundling Red Dead Redemption with Undead Nightmare for like I think PS4, PS5, and the PC. I think that way it wasn't just trapped forever on old. It may not have been for the PC, but like PS4, PS5, and maybe the Switch. That way, more people could play this great game and great DLC. Because Undead Nightmare might be, no, Undead Nightmare is one of the best DLCs for a game because they did zombies in Red Dead Redemption, and just there's something about that where it was almost, yeah. I've played Undead Nightmare. I loved it. It was great. It's there's something like realistic about the zombies. I don't know what it is, which is saying something for like, oh yeah, it's like there's like a supernatural reason why it happens, but there's something about how they did those zombies that just it works for Red Dead Redemption. I can't explain what it is. There's something not too out there about how it all operates. Again, great DLC. But yeah, so people I guess like data mined something, or like they were seeing hints that, oh, Rockstar's doing something with Red Dead Redemption, the first one. And people thought, oh, maybe they're doing like a complete remaster or whatever, getting themselves just all like hyped up and all of that for like that was the only thing they could do. They like data mined something. They saw that Rockstar had changed their logo to be more of the Red Dead Redemption style of the Rockstar Games logo. And then when they announced, like, yes, we're going to be releasing Red Dead Redemption for PlayStation 5 and all of that, people were all upset and like, why? Rockstar literally said nothing. You were correct that it was something about Red Dead Redemption, but they didn't say what they were doing. And it just reinforced my philosophy of until Rockstar says something about one of their games, I believe nothing about it because they it's probably part of the reason that I do like them so much. They don't overhype anything. They say, yeah, this is what we're doing. This is what we have. People just some of it's probably just people just want to be mad about it because oh boo hiss they didn't do what I wanted, which they never said they're doing what you wanted either. But yeah, that's probably something I could do. Yeah, I could probably do Undead Nightmare for Halloween thing. I should, in theory, be able to get through Red Dead Redemption 2 before October. So I probably could probably get through Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, and then by the time Halloween rolls around, play Undead Nightmare. I think that'd probably be a good Halloween thing to do. Okay. Try to make sure I know where this is going. Okay. This will go. Oh wait, I got one more thing I have to do. What's it is? I mean, could probably do. I'm thinking about Gears of War. Gears of War E-Day is coming out October 6th, so I might personally. I don't. I know I probably want to play Undead, not Nightmare. Ugh. I probably want to play Gears of War E-Day just with Byron. It doesn't necessarily need to be streamed. Just him and me playing it would be enough. Um, but also in October, I might do a Plague Tale games. I'm trying to think if I got anything else. There's a game I used to play called Sleeping Dogs, which is probably one of the best open world urban like games, GTA style games outside of GTA. Um, Sleeping Dogs was another one where it was free on gold, and I played. I'm like, oh my god, this game is great. This is like somebody doing a GTA like game and doing it like really really well. You know, because there's many other games where it's like they're good, but they don't stand out a whole lot. But this is one's like, no, this is like really really good. And some of it was that it's in Hong Kong, so there's automatic like, oh, you're driving the other side of the road, and it's a lot more focused on doing good martial arts versus gunplay. Because gunplay is kind of like, yeah, there's guns, but you're gonna get further if you know how to like beat people up with your hands, kind of stuff. And you can do just like crazy stunts, like jumping from car to car. That's how you can like steal a car or something. It's just, um, I imagine like if you've downloaded or if you've claimed all of the Xbox Live, or Xbox or games with gold, games over the years, you've probably got it. Um, it's very sad that the studio that made Sleeping Dogs shut down some years ago, so there can't be a second game now, which is sad because it would have been. It was really, really good. It was a really good take on the action adventure, um, genre that wasn't GTA. With Saints Row probably being the only other game I could think of that did it really, really well. Which with Saints, I kind of didn't like them being more goofy and silly and all that. But over the years, I've kind of just, I think because I've had people point out, and I've thought about it, it's like, well, Saints Row is always GTA, but kind of silly and goofy. It was Rockstar would say this idea is too ridiculous, throw it in the trash. Meanwhile, the developers of Saints Row go, I got this idea that Rockstar threw out. Let's go with it. I still will say it maybe got a little too silly. I think Saints the Third kind of left a bad taste in my mouth because it very much reeked of studio putting out a game that's not quite done yet. And it definitely needed a lot more time to be done because with they have their side activities before where you have multiple tiers to it. Meanwhile, with this you did the side activity once. Okay, we get side activity done there. It's like, but no, I want more. And you can do them completely out of order and be very confused about all of that. I feel like the Saints Row remake recently that was there were it's something where there was a lot of expectations, and I think if you were to take that game and call it something else, you don't have the expectations of the Saints Row IP on it. You have like, oh, this is an interesting start to a series. Okay, but it was Saints Row, and we all had what we wanted from it, and yeah, there was also it also suffered from the recent spat of just too many games being forced to go out long before they're ready, unfortunately. So again, I think that if you have it be I'm going to put this in the right place. Yeah, it's a thing of if it wasn't with the expectations of what Saints Row should be and could be and all of that, you might have it be where it felt better. And again, it probably that there were some bugs that I presume you could say are like unforgivable or just like why did this get through? And I'm always going to go with the thing of I feel like there's probably higher ups that are just like no, nope, drop, get out, get out, get out, and didn't listen to QA going like, hey, this doesn't work like it's supposed to, or hey, we need more time to test. We can't say for sure this is good or not. So, oh, why do you keep defending I don't defend the publishers. I defend the developers and the QA folk. I think they needed more time, and I think that you probably had people like really wanted it to be great, but they just weren't allowed to. It had to be out like right now or never, and execs can just also just be just brutally just not waiting long enough for stuff where it has to be out now. When you get anything creative, for sure, then you throw in programming. I think there are execs that just don't understand. Like, no, this can't just be done. You actually have to give us time. I think there's a joke about project managers are foolish enough to think that, well, if one woman can have a baby in 9 months and three women can have a baby in 3 months, it's like, no. You can't just throw more people at it and have it go faster. It still takes time. The other variation of that saying is like, oh, if a symphony, if 200 orchestra players can play through a song in 90 minutes, then if you double it, then you get through it in half the time. It's like, no, that's not how it works. That's just the truth of parallel programming, where it comes out as well, where it's you can't just throw more threads and resources at it and have it go faster. You actually need to give stuff time to breathe. I think this is where this goes. I think the angle on it's kind of weird. Yeah, it's a problem. This is like kind of at a bad angle. Yeah, and it's like this something's like this part's gonna get buried under. So the parts I'm gonna do are like around here. But unfortunately, to see where certain pieces are lining up, attaching to the base, it's like buried under other greenery. So I'm assuming this is in the right place. I hope it is. If not, then I'll have to, I guess, like tear it up and I guess maybe like move it back a brick. Let me look. It probably could go back. Let's see, can I? Nope, can't see it at all. All right, I'm just gonna wing it and hope I place it in the right place. Which had a slightly different angle on that, but anywho, yeah, it made me sad that the recent Saints Row reboot didn't work because it's one of those where just I played Saints Row with Byron, and it was like, hey, you and your friend can like be in the same map and cause chaos together and help each other with missions and all of that. That's just it's like with GTA having GTA Online. Like he and I had played GTA together, where it's just we went to a random part of the map, put in the cheat code for all armor and health and weapons, and who could cause rampage the longest. And I was like, yeah, you can do that, but also y'all can do missions together, and also y'all can be in the map at the same time, and do it that way and cause chaos together. And do stuff like, I don't know, get a cargo bob helicopter, which is a cargo helicopter, and take a semi truck and go to the tallest mountain in the game and chuck it down the side of a mountain. True story. It's also a true story of we were running around killing people, and an hour later, that's what we're doing. We're doing science, you know? That's just the chaos of GTA, you know? So, there's that. And also, Mercenaries 2 is, I think Mercenaries World at War was another that made me really sad because me and Byron loved Mercenaries. We loved playing that together. It was one of the first, it was a game that we bonded over early on. And I showed it to him, and then he eventually bought a copy of it, and that was cool. And then Mercenaries 2 is supposed to be like, hey, you know, you and your friend, you can join your friend, you can cause, again, you cause chaos together. And that was a game where those Pandemic Studios was shutting down, and they rushed it out the door because they had like get off of their data sheet, I guess, or the spreadsheet or whatever, had to be out there for maybe this uses like write off as like a loss or whatever. I don't know, but so in where it's like, but that could have been so awesome because you could call in like airstrikes and destroy buildings and stuff. You know, it's just the ultimate. We would have had a freaking ball in that game. Um, Speaking of mercenaries, I loved playing uh, the Just Cause games, where it's you're destroying buildings, but then also you can use a grappling hook to latch onto buildings and hijack helicopters and all of that. And that was really fun. Um, I think Just Cause 3 is the one that I got in on because they had their formula pretty well perfected at that point, and that was just fun. You run around, you cause chaos, you destroy shit. What's not to love? They made Just Cause 4. I never played it, but it sounds like the studio. I don't know if the studio shut down or they've been like told to work on something else or for some reason. Just Cause 4 didn't sell as well as it should have. You know. Um, yeah. What else do I have for? Oh, there's a South of Midnight that I want to play, which I saw and looked cool. And apparently it didn't perform well. And there's people that want to be like, oh, no, it's because they try to be. I don't know. They said like it should be woke or whatever. Like they try to focus on like being woke instead of like a good game or whatever, and just anyone that wants to go on and on about well, that's what they give for being a black females only. It's like your opinion doesn't matter because you're wanting to make this about something that it wasn't. If it's a game that wasn't as good as it could have been, that's one thing. But if you're gonna go saying, well, the reason it failed is because it's a female black protagonist, it's like your opinion's irrelevant. Because no, you're wanting to have a problem with it because you're a hateful bigot that just can't stand that a game's not 100% centric around you. But yes, we'll just do another one of my I hate bigots thing and just let people be people and stop being hateful type of thing. We'll just insert that here because it looked like it was fun enough, and maybe there'd be a thing of I think I've seen somebody say like the what was it? It was like there's a lot of like combat in the battle, like you need to like clear like battle areas, and it'd be better if the enemies more like randomly attacked you. That might be more interesting. Which that's a fair criticism. Wanting to go on and on about, oh, it's because they were trying to be woke or whatever. It's just, yeah, someone's going, oh, it's because they're being woke. If someone wants to insult by calling somebody woke, it's like, I'm not going to be insulted that I care about other people, and also you're being a hateful bigot. So I want to play South of Midnight. I think I put that on my list. Can't remember if I put it on my list. It's like down below in the widget, or if I just like pinned it to my dashboard on Xbox. I can't remember. I know I pinned it on my Xbox dashboard to play later. Alan Wake. Those games are good for Halloween too. Now that I think about it, because I played the first one. That was a spooky, spooky game. Um, and I haven't played. I've got the second one. I haven't played it yet, unfortunately. Just um, my neurodivergent brain was being dumb, or I wanted to wait for the right time or whatever. Because probably for probably a few years now, off and on, I've like gotten games that, oh, that'd be good if I ever do stream, and then just didn't play it until I was starting to stream. Um, and now for about 4 or so months now, yeah, we're actually around like days, like 4 months of me streaming fairly consistently. I've taken the occasional day off, and I've also had to rethink my schedule a few times. Um, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so because Max Payne is a Rockstar thing. I feel like I don't know. Maybe you could look up who made Alan Wake. It might be like that they're known for Alan Wake, actually. But yeah, like I think yeah, Max Payne is Rockstar, one of Rockstar's things. It's another really good series, actually. I know that I think that Max Payne 3 was another one of those free on gold, free with gold stuff. And me and Byron played like this is a really good game. Yeah, I'll be streaming until 8 my time. It's 5:12 now, so it'll be about 2.5 or so more hours of me streaming. So yeah, if you come by, I'll talk to you later then. Yeah, good water. Okay. Um, but yeah, Alan Wake is a. All right, that's one of those technicalities. All right. Um, yeah, Rockstar's kind of. I know there's a thing of like Take Two is over Rockstar. And I usually just think of the various Rockstar studios making. Um, I think like Rockstar technically publishes all of it because I don't think Take Two's name is on like GTA or Red Dead Redemption, but it's like Take Two owns Rockstar, so I usually just think of Rockstar being a developer, but yeah, I don't think it's the same people. I could be absolutely wrong though, because they are quite different games. Again, you want a good horror game, you want to turn your lights off and play something scary. Not Max Payne, but Alan Wake can do that for you. I also wouldn't begrudge anybody for saying it's not my game. That's fine. But again, good scary game. Good scary game. If you want it to be. Yeah, okay. So make sure I put on. Yeah, it's the only colored leaves I've got. So um, I've thought about streaming LA Noir, but I don't know. That may or may not be good. It's a thing of as everyone I get a large enough consistent audience and they want me to play something, I'm trying to think about now, like what might people want to watch, and I don't got a giant sample size. Um, I mean, I'll always have to at least consider recommendations from anyone. I know I've played Max Payne 3. Um, I've at least wanted to play the other games. I might have played the first one. I don't recall though. I feel like it at least caught my attention. Um, again, I don't know if I've played it though. I think I've at least contemplated playing it at least. I know that. Um, I know Max Payne 3 is good because I've definitely played that. I'm pretty sure Max Payne 3 was supposed to be like the end of the trilogy, so. There's a litany of games. Oh, again, I want to play. I'm just trying to get myself talking. I have a feeling Max Payne 3 was probably one where it got probably a reason that I probably enjoyed playing it was that they made it a bit more everybody friendly. It probably wasn't quite as hard, or they softened it or made stuff easier or whatever. But okay, this one's gonna be. This has got round pieces in it, so I'm not going to be able to dump that out. I wouldn't be surprised if Max Payne 3, they modified stuff to be more friendly to people like myself that may or may not be the absolute best at it. Which I can just go back to a discussion you can always have about, which I think Helldivers goes through, of what are they trying to be, what kind of audience are they trying to attract, and that you can't please everyone. Though with something like Max Payne, that's not going to have the thing of we need people to keep playing it, like, as a la live service game, but it might be a thing of you want more people to play it. And again, I enjoyed it. It might be possible if I were to play those old games, I'd hate how they're lacking certain features I got used to from Max Payne 3. And there might also just be certain. Okay, no, I don't trust this out. I think I'm good. Let me see if I can get this more solidly footed. I mean, it's tilted. Is it? I forget what this is sitting on. It makes it so uneven. That should be a bit more flat. Let's see if I can put some pieces down. It's still kind of rolling, so I'll just have to dig through those when the time comes. See if I can. Yeah, welcome to how much code changes over the years, where there was just code gets to be running differently over the years, and a method that everybody and their mother used back in the day has now been retired because there's a far better way to do it now. And just a library that nobody uses anymore just because. And all right. Yeah, programming. Hopefully that's not going to crinkle too much in the audio. But yeah, also when it comes to like why should we sometimes like remaster and re-release games, it's just because we've got games that might end up being trapped on hardware that's not supported anymore, or it takes us moving mountains to get it to run even with without emulators or anything like that. That's why it's something that there's a good number of games that probably could be lost if we don't find a way to unleash them from the old systems and old memories and don't find ways to emulate or just recreate them the best that we can. Probably emulate them, that way they play the same, but because old game systems do eventually at some point die, at least most do. Some can probably run forever, but you'd have to be like super careful with making sure that everything's good, you don't stress it or whatever in some way. And now I also played a stream of it of Destroy All Humans on stream months back as well, and I think I was looking for something different to do, but maybe I can go back and play that again at some point. Possibly. Just play through. I think because those two games got remastered, so I did really enjoy them back in the day, though. They were really fun. Got this down pat. I can't remember what else I have listed in that widget down below. I need to get back to Banisher Shadows of New Eden. I also know that Timberborn, they made some modifications as well to it. They've added some stuff. I don't think it's just an experimental branch. I think it's like 1.1. I also need to actually see if I can do some more work trying to figure out if I can stretch my graphics card more so I can potentially, may not stream Helldivers, but play Helldivers 2 some more. Because it really feels like they're on the verge of figuring some stuff out so that the game's really good. I might just need to ask Travis for help because me looking at it, I feel like I'm just banging on. I haven't really tried much, but also I'm like, I have no clue what to even attempt to change because I've tried a few things and it's not changed it much at all. It's like, oh, you get one more FPS. Great. It's from 8 to 9 frames per second. And mainly, I just need to may not run perfectly on the bridge of the Super Destroyer, which I cannot have it running 8 to 9 frames per second on the bridge because it takes forever to get to a mission. And I know that you've played with me, and the loading takes forever to get down to the planets because my system's just kind of, I don't say it's chugging along because I looked up a site that tells you whether you can run a game or not. And it showed that I think it's like almost all of my hardware is good enough for the recommended settings, except for my graphics card. Which, if I were to upgrade that graphics card, you're looking at it's like $300 and some dollars maybe for the graphics card, and then there's me hoping and praying I don't screw it up. I wish it was a slideshow. That'd probably be at least a little bit better, but should be 2 more. Okay, yeah, see 2 more of those. Let me just get those out. Because Professor Kai's latest video talks about how they're going to be doing a charity thing out over on the bot front, and I'd like for us to participate in it if we can. You know, that'd be fun. I think we also could probably find a way to have our stats help the cause at least. So, but yeah, I might just at some point just need to just tell Travis like, yeah, I've thought about and looked at trying to overclock my GPU, and I just got no confidence I can do it because I don't know what I'm looking at. But I've definitely like eyed the innards of my gaming rig, and I think I see the things I'd have to detach and reattach. Also, I think I looked at I think one big thing I have to be concerned about is if I've got the correct components in there. I think all I really have to do mostly is just get the next tier graphics card, or get a graphics card that's a little bit more powerful. But I would need to make sure that, because I think I was looking at one that would be, I think, like the next step up for me for like 300 and something. I think like it requires like two power connections and not just one. This one requires just like one power connection from the power block to the graphics card. This one requires two. But I think there's a second power connector floating around in there that I can use. I think I'd want to dig into it maybe a little bit more. Okay. Sorry, just processing. I got this done. Okay. This is probably going to be a lot of me rustling this and get parts out because I don't have a good system to hold these. I think I had like a small tray with like a lip on it. I could probably pour these all out and organize them a little bit more, but hopefully this isn't going to be too crinkly. I'm being pretty good about not going on it, but in future streams of me building stuff like this, I might see if I can get some music in the background. But that require me to either A, find it, which is not the end of the world, but also B, it might require me to, I know like through Twitch you can pay like a small fee to some service that says, hey, we've got this music that you can use and it doesn't get copyright struck or anything like that. The one that I use for the intro music, it should be, at least for now at least, it's free to use and all of that. And maybe at some point I'll swap that to be something else. But I do have someone else who's working on a slight redesign of. Don't know if I said the top of stream. I know I thought about it, talking about they're redesigning the kind of like the logo. I think also like the banner for at least my YouTube channel. I might also have become Twitch channel branding as well. It looks pretty cool, I think. I'll still probably need someone to go and help me. I might have to see if they can like do a quick redesign of like the Zarchive stuff as well, because that should be an easy one for them to do as well if this person who's doing the Great Czar N channel redesign would like to, because it would just be a lot of like film reels. That's what you see references of on there is it's film reels, because that used to be how you would archive stuff. And yeah, it looks like I can tell Twitch to export the streams, and it can be far enough in the process where I've been able to do it for the past like 2 streams now. Tell to export, and then it's enough way into the process so that. Hold on a second here, Mom. If YouTube export can be enough in the process, I can simultaneously also tell it to start. I can also schedule it to release the next day at 10 a.m. Presuming that's going. that's where it has to go. It has to go here. Tell it to, again, continuing, see if I can continue my thing of having the streams export and be published on his archives by 10 a.m. the next day. Which that seems like it's a good enough time frame for now. Just to know that it's up, because I know that you have said that you like to watch them randomly in the middle of the night, so I can at least be assured that they're up and running for you. And it makes me happy to know that somebody's watching them versus me just doing it to nobody. And there'll be a day, if I keep at this, where people will love to go to it to be able to harvest more clips, which I still need to sit down and come up with a system to find clips of moments I want to throw up on various things. Like YouTube Shorts. I have an Instagram account, which I need to make probably a command for that. You may have also noticed that the little Discord server that we have, I changed it from Army of the Czar to the Czar's Court. My thinking at first with that Discord server was, one, I'm going to play around with it, and then two, like, oh, this will be like the Discord server if I become a streamer that can like have people on and all that. But now I've decided, like, no, that'll be our Discord server that just we, people that we know, are on, and then we can make a public one called Army of the Czar, because I just think that'd be a cool thing. People say, oh, I'm part of the Army of the Czar and all that, you know. Which the logo that the person is making, I'm thinking about, that'd be a good like profile picture for me. But I might need somebody to make a different like Discord logo thing. I'd love to make a living off of this. Yeah, it'd be cool. It's always the thought that I could have. I mainly just, a big thing, I just need confidence to keep trying at it and just be okay with failure, and maybe occasionally just admit that the way I'm trying to do something ain't gonna work. But I also don't want to chase trends. I don't want to just do, well, everybody else does this. Well, I don't care. I don't want to do it. Because I have nothing against horror games, but I don't want to play horror games all the time. That's just not my thing. I don't want to play, competitive like Valorant or Call of Duty. It's not my thing. Just, if people were to watch me play, like I talked about Gears of War, I want people to watch me playing the story or playing Horde mode and all of that, and just there we go. Yes, I'm just trying to be consistent with just streaming, and also trying to see if I can find a schedule that I can maintain. But I also still need to be concerned about, I need to make money at some point. And I've got some more time where I can just do whatever money-wise. But there's a certain point where I am going to be like, okay, I need to get a 9 to 5 or figure out my lucky lottery numbers, one of the two. Or this needs to just randomly take off in a way that I never. I was never going to imagine. I can imagine it taking off, but there's a difference between that and having the confidence, like, oh, of course it'll happen. It may not. This might be something where, next week it is the start of everything taking off, or it might be that I'm at this for 10 years and it's just like, well, I've got like 5 people I hang out with online most of the time, and occasionally I get more people coming by, but mostly it's just me and like 5 friends, So I need to work through being scared about this not working, because I need to just stick to it. I need to try, and I need to be just also not so up my own whatever. I was like, well, I'm not making money off it. I'm not famous. It needs to be like, hey, if I get some friends out of it, cool. Because I'd said in the YouTube video I put up soon after I'd started this streaming thing again that I'm going to try this until I'm 40. I want to keep at this for that time, and at some point during that probably determine like, yes, I have actually done my best, and this is the best that I can do. And it's no shade, it might just be a thing it ain't for me. But also I don't want to just buckle and quit. It's like, this is too hard, let's give up. Something that's probably helped is that I do have money kind of in this now, because the person making the redesign for the YouTube channel logo, for example, I've paid money for that. And the reason I'm at 200 and some followers right now is because somebody came in and said, hey, you should do a $100 giveaway when you reach the next 100. So I've put money into this now. It isn't. It makes it a little more real if I'm gonna succeed at this or not, because like, hey, I've actually put money down now. So there's stakes, I guess, is the thing. Because before then, it's just like, oh, I've done, there would be excuses essentially. Be like, well, it's probably, the clip art, not the clip art, but like the MS Paint stuff I did. Nobody likes it. Okay, that's understandable, And also, well, I don't want to, pay somebody to do it. I'm not gonna stick to it, blah blah blah. But it's like, I have someone making a logo, and it looks kind of cool, I think, and I need to give them feedback on it. And again, I've given some people money now to follow me. So there was like, I did a giveaway, and so we got money because they followed me. And if I have people say like, hey, I'm looking forward to the thing you put up, then it's like, well, I can't let them down. Like, I gotta like get the stream uploaded by 10 a.m. the next day because somebody might want to watch it. And it'd be a thing of, well, I've got this logo coming, I gotta use it. Let me upload a video about something I still don't know what it is, and I also need to go over the fact that it's not going to look pretty. I can have this perfect idea of what the thing is going to look like, but I'm going to need to get through the not so good looking ones and either A, learn the skill I need to make it look that good, or B, do enough where somebody who does have the skills of editing say, hey, I'd like to edit for you. But I need to get through the bad whatever's first. It's the thing. And it's terrifying. And it's challenging, but it's got to be done. So. This booklet looks like a little progress bar at the bottom of it, and it's showing that I'm guessing I'm probably about halfway done with this now. I don't know if this is gonna take the entirety of stream, but get back in there, click another, no more. Click in there, there we go. Also, yeah, I kind of got 2 sets I can make, and if I don't get that other set started, then hey, I got something to work on in a future stream. You just sit there for a moment then. Yeah, this is something I'm probably going to set somewhere, and well, these leaves shouldn't be a bugger, come on. There, okay. You go there. These particular leaves are not That's probably what it is. I don't think I like there. Hopefully those stay on there well. Let's see if we can show. Yeah, you can see the progress bar at the bottom. So it's getting there. On to bag 6. So I got a bag I can start putting some excess parts in. As it fell. Go in there. There that is. Okay. Yeah, I just need to. At some point, I need to make a video about whatever else I want to make a video about. Okay. Back 6. Okay, I should be able to dump these on my little table here. So any of that may or may not be. I'll put that over there for the moment. Let's get these sorted out. Best I can. So I hopefully find these things a little easier sooner. This is looking interesting. Okay. You also got the whites up there, like flowers go up there. There. Okay, you're going up here. Y'all are around, so you might roll. I don't want to take chances. There. Okay. So you will require that. Require one of these. Grab one of these. Then put a flower on each of those. It says like that. Okay. All right. I suppose I've talked about video games quite a bit. There's also been a pair of programming and all that. I suppose I could talk about pro wrestling. I still know where to start with pro wrestling because a lot's been going on. There's always a lot going on. What are we talking about? There's a lot of promotions out there. I think Leo Rush won the ROH television title, I think it is. So his new gimmick's paying off. Happy for him. MJF talked about that gimmick as well. He talked about how it's like, it's not my thing, but also he's been at this for, 10 years, and he recognizing that what he's been doing wasn't working. It's not my flavor of ice cream, but hey, it's working. And I think that's a fair way to look at it. It's a very odd gimmick. And it's one that just, you want to give time for it to work because it is so strange. He would need to figure out, okay, what can I do with it? What isn't too out there? What is and isn't kind of connecting with it? And, give other people time to figure out, like, okay, this is what you're doing. Okay. I got an idea. I got an idea of what I could do with it, Also, apparently people might be upset at Osprey, but how he, but the promo he cut on, the part of the promo is Wednesday where he's talking about how him and now the missus uh, had a fun time, we'll say. It's like, smashed the life out of her and like, I don't clean her up. I gotta get to Houston or whatever, and I haven't seen it, but judging by, I think Cultaholic had a video with Osprey. I was like, did Osprey go too far? And my thought was like, no, he didn't. If Alex Windsor is okay, them talking like that, it's who he is, it's who Osprey is. He didn't say, oh, I just fill in lots of words you can't be saying on broadcast television. It could be something as well. If kids like, Mommy, Daddy, what's he talking about? Like, we'll tell you later. It's that simple. As long as Windsor isn't making him sleep on the couch, I think he'll be fine. But also that the head-to-head that Osprey and Swerve had was really amazing, and people point out that it was full of so much logic that just made sense because Swerve's like, I want the title belt, and you convinced me to wait. That Hangman needed to have it and all that. Cool. Been waiting. I still don't have the title. I want the title. So you're in my way. F off. Swerve versus Osprey should be an amazing match at Forbidden Door. And I guess it's like tomorrow night we'll see if it's Athena or Maya World that goes on to the finals. I think, which I'd love to see Athena and Mercedes go at it again because they went at it. I think it was last year during the Owen tournament, and that was an amazing match. I'd love to see them go at it again at some point. I know that Maya World has her feel-good story of her brother recently passed, which, that's a story they can go with too. And hey, this could be something that helps to elevate her because right now people are like, who is she? But if you can have a killer performance during this tournament, she's the person who, beat Athena and then pushed Mercedes to the limit. And she's made after that because we have to think about the fact that, well, everybody that we love now at some point, it would be like, who is this guy? It's like, well, who is this MJF guy? Oh, who's this Adam Page guy? Who's this Steve Austin guy? Who's this Randy Orton kid? Everybody starts off with everybody being like, who is this person? We don't know them yet. They don't deserve to be main event yet. And maybe this is my world's gateway to it. I'd hope so. I'm always going to appreciate having more talents. I guess we know the 12 people going to war in the steel cage at Forbidden Door over whether MJF gives a title shot to Mark Briscoe or not. But I'm with people going like, why are we kind of giving away this 12-man match in a weekly television program? If you want to have like parts of those teams going at it, that's great. But why are we having this giant 12-man? I know technically it's going to be a steel cage come Forbidden Door, but it's still the thing of you still let these people like fight and touch and all of that, and you can build up a lot more by not having all 12 of them fighting a match. Definitely have them brawl all over the place. That's amazing. I always love a good brawl. But I feel like there's a few more matches that were announced for Forbidden Door that I don't remember yet because I haven't upgraded the. I don't think I upgraded our prediction sheet yet. I know there's a few more matches that were announced. I think Bandito Moxley is another match that's going to happen, which that should be another great one as well. Forbidden Door is not this Sunday, but next Sunday. So we've got Collision tomorrow, and then we got another week of television. Then is Forbidden Door. Yeah, I think that there's those matches added. I think King and Queen of the Ring is supposed to be this weekend, or is that next? That might be next weekend. But I'll be busy because I refuse to watch Saudi propaganda show. So. Sorry, I remember that Logan Paul came back and talked for a few minutes recently. Round pieces, round pieces. Oh, Lord. Okay. But then after Logan Paul had to talk, apparently, and had a match of other people had match, Boba Fett then murdered Dom Mysterio and JD McDonough. And that was fun. So I think I'd seen that Money in the Bank is, I think, now in like October, I think. I could be wrong about that, but it seems like the reason I saw it is that somebody was pointing out that it seems like New Orleans keeps being teased with finally getting a show at some point, but they keep bumping it back. And I think like the latest thing was like, oh, they'll get, Money in the Bank when it comes out in October, which that's weird. Maybe they're trying something else with Money in the Bank not being like in June, I guess. It makes it different, but not in June or July, but also just feels weird. It's like, oh, but also I'm one of those things where it's just we get used to it if that's when it moves to. I hope they don't move it around. Hopefully, just if they are going to want to move it around, just move it to October and keep it there if that's what they're going to do. Yeah, I could be wrong about that, so I don't want to be 100% quoted on it or anything. But it also sounds like TNA is going to go through some, or is going through some restructuring. I'll hope they'll get through that restructuring soon so that people still have another place to work. I'll always like having multiple places for people to work and multiple places to hear about awesome wrestling. Always, always, always. Well, I seen one of these. I see one of those. I think I got this. Yeah, this is going to just stay here. I want to risk that table, not holding onto it. There we go. Yeah, looks like I might need to crack into the other one here soon. Okay. So you're saying need those, need that, then I need that's the rumor that keeps coming up, that WWE is going to buy out TNA. That's been a rumor for a while. People have said that's part of what the partnership is about. I don't know. I really don't know. Again, so that's been speculated for forever and a day. So it's one of those things similar to how TNA is gonna fold has been a thing for forever because TNA just kept finding ways to not fold somehow. I don't know. It I don't know. I'll just put in a I'll believe it when I see it kind of thing. It's always possible, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. But thinking WWE Rams, they were buying AAA, so that kind of came out of nowhere. I don't remember hearing a lot of speculation about them trying to buy AAA, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it serves their purpose. Any of their purposes to buy TNA because AAA is we're trying to expand into the Mexican market. Buying some of the smaller promotions is we need other promotions to send our people to sharpen their skills. And TNA, WWE could always use more feeder systems, I guess, but there's also a certain point where it's just if you just let them be, they can do their thing. You don't have to worry about them. And also, I say as well, like I just don't want there to be anything close to a monopoly again. That just isn't good, and they need to not think in terms of we need to own everything. No, you don't. You really don't need to own everything for a variety of reasons. Yeah, I hope that I'll just right now I kind of hope they don't because that's just dumb in my opinion. I'm also I'm not executive that just looks at it as just lines on a data sheet. So any logic I have to not do it, they may not care about. I don't think they need it. Yeah, and I said I don't think they need TNA. It's another promotion for them to worry about. So why? Why give yourself another promotion you have to worry about? This, got this. That I'll need. Okay. So if I do that. Okay, so I need that there, and then flowers. Okay. Something I'm going to look more into at some point is what the my AEW stuff might be able to net us. Because I don't know if you're able to watch weekly shows. I also don't know. Pay-per-views are probably going to stay on HBO Max at least until the Paramount, Warner Bros. Discovery stuff all sorts itself out, I guess, and we'll see what they do. But it sounds like other promotions are going to be running stuff on my AEW, which would be AEW doing what WWE should always be doing, which is giving smaller promotions a platform to show their wares, and that's your way to make yourself more feeder systems, is just let other companies do their thing. Because back in the 90s, Vince was giving Paul Heyman loans to keep ECW alive, and ECW was able to be a feeder system for WWE. So I think that the smart thing would be for TKO to just say, hey, people who own TNA, Anthem, I don't know if it is. I need to look into it. I feel like you can watch old episodes. I think that it probably could be something like it, maybe. Maybe look into it and see. Because for it to, because I think it should be able to let you watch old episodes of AEW on it, which network could do. They would just need to be able to show the pay-per-views on there somehow, and I don't know if they would do it at $10 a month. You get all the premium shows and all that, but I need to look into it, actually. Maybe you can look into it and report back. Because I know that they would at least talk before the network got folded into got kind of like discontinued / folded into Peacock, that they were going to show at least like Evolve shows, I think, and then they bought them. There was talk about that being the case, and then like other promotions maybe running on WWE Network. At least that was maybe like one part speculation, one part hope that that's what would happen. That way more wrestling could show. That way WWE Network could be this central hub of all wrestling, where a lot of wrestling could go. Now my AEW could probably do that, especially if, I think I've probably discussed this before with you. WWE is going to do next WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, so there's not going to be that giant wrestling show to anchor all the indie shows going to for a weekend in like April. So it leaves a giant gap in April. And if AEW wants to just so happen to run a really big show that weekend, and a bunch of indie promotions just so happen to want to, run their shows there at the same time and make it a giant weekend for wrestling, I don't think people would complain. And it could be something that comes back to bite WWE a little bit. They might go, oh, wait, all the Saudi money, but if that ever dries up, they're going to have to realize, like, oh, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot by not sticking to the U.S. for these shows, or at least not sticking to like places that a lot of people might be willing to go to, not Saudi Arabia. Cool. All right, thank you. Maybe if AEW can take the big wrestling weekend thing from WWE I think that'd be a great thing to probably kick some people in the teeth over at WWE, going like, hey, maybe we shouldn't cannibalize everything. Also, F you, TKO. Because it was certainly WWE, under WWE, where the Saudi stuff started. But TKO is just going to want to go full advantage of it. I don't remember when Nick Khan joined WWE, but he's definitely one to like keep encouraging it. Oh, shithead. And this very easily could be a thing of, and I've thought this for the longest time, is that nobody is going to be able to challenge WWE like WCW did. WWE is just too well established now. Mm-hmm. Just simply put. But what we can certainly see, and what I've always kind of suspected, is that it wouldn't be somebody on the outside taking on WWE like WCW did. It would be that WWE just does stupid stuff, and it'd be a thing of many people looked at Vince's booking, for example, and went, nah, I'm good, I won't go there. And it leads to a thing of enough big stars keep not going there, so that it leads to a thing of WWE either has to make their own stars or they start to just dwindle a little bit. And with TKO seemingly intent on trying to cannibalize WWE, it feels like sometimes that could very much happen, especially if there is a big backlash. I'm not going to say like, oh, WWE was mostly reliant on those indie promotions being there, But what you might see if AEW is able to have that big WrestleMania level weekend and take it from WWE, what you might see is people go like, I would go to WrestleMania, but I already went to AEW's big weekend and got my fill of wrestling there. I'll just watch WrestleMania at home. And if they thought they were going to have a problem filling seats before, well, they might have a problem after that. Because, again, there won't be a lot of people. I don't want to say people went to all those other shows and just so happened to go to WrestleMania. But it might be a thing of, again, just whatever it is that AEW does in response there. Just people, again, would just go to that, and they wouldn't think about going to Mania because it's, one, it might be cheaper, and two, they might be able to see a lot more wrestling they might actually enjoy. I don't have to worry about ads and every blooming thing. And I'll look more into my AEW stuff after stream. So we might be seeing, for the first time since 2001, WWE really get them into a pickle where like, oh, we actually have to be better. We can't just rely endlessly on we're WWE, we get all the money. Because no, you don't. They might get a bunch of money now, but at some point there'll be some questions like, all right, why are we giving you all this money? You don't understand? Okay, then it goes there, I suppose. Getting through. Give a moment. Oh, I guess something we can talk about is Rhea Ripley might have a knee injury because they had her on the poster for latest Saudi propaganda show, and now she's not. So like it seems like, I guess, like at least for now, it's just like, hey, just a precaution. But that would really freaking suck for. It always suck for Rhea to lose it due to injury. It sucks for anybody to lose due to injury because just like, Rhea, I think now is Rhea Ripley is now established enough now to where you beat Rhea Ripley is like, oh, you beat Rhea Ripley, oh, and that could make you just for doing that, and it would make, and also wouldn't be surprising if a possible storyline is Jade Cargill eventually wins her title back from her, but also it seems like you could probably just have somebody else do it as well to like get their head out of their ass and turn like what they're gonna do with Jade, because they're kind of going to have to wait a bit to put the title back on her, I feel like, because it's a thing now, like, well, she held it, did nothing with it, and then Rhea beat her, and what really felt like kind of like her first, like, true defense of it. They probably also had a bit of a jar of, like, oh, well, Naomi's, like, pregnant, we're going to, like, have her and Jade duke it out. Of course, that was months ago, and they should have it sorted by now. Speaking of Naomi, I don't know if Naomi should have had her kid by now or not. I know there's some fucking weirdos that made an AI generated image of her and a baby boy, and like, oh look, she had her baby, you know. And it's just like, could you motherfucker stop doing AI generated images of people? Cut that shit out. Yeah, with Liv, there's probably a bit of, oh crap, Stephanie Vaquer got injured, but. It's kind of, it is frustrating that it just seems like they just don't seem to know how to pivot at all. It's like y'all got plenty of talent. You can figure it out. It also sounds like from time to time TKO is like, hey, can you do this? Can you insert this to your booking? And Hunter, assuming that's true, Hunter's probably like, yeah, sure, I can do that. Which I think it would explain. I think somebody pointed out, like, you can just, I forgot who it was. Like, it really does feel like Paul Levesque's not booking like Paul Levesque. And it's not because, oh, he suddenly doesn't know how to book. It's just because he's probably being told all the time, like, hey, insert this, hey, insert this, hey, we need to do this, hey, insert this, hey, insert this. Whatever idea Hunter was going to book be damned. And maybe there should be a degree of him learning how to pivot, but there also could be a degree of you can only pivot but so much if there's going to blow up your plans. I think Orton being out is also something else that's probably kind of hurt their plans too. Where is this being put? So is it like, okay, a moment. And like Orton seemed like he may have like a bit of a back injury, and they probably relying on Orton to be there, and that threw stuff off kilter, along with the ill-advised way they inserted Pat McAfee into the story, which I've probably talked to you about how there'd be a way to do it depending on how far back Hunter knew he had to insert Pat McAfee in. Where the other thing I talked about how it's like during the Saturday Night's Main Event in December, you have Pat McAfee on commentary, and because that was Cody versus Oba, and you have like Cole being like, oh, it's gonna be a tough fight, but Cody will find a way to defeat Oba Femi, and you have Pat being like, now, Cody's gonna have to, watch out and not be, braggadocious. Take this seriously, where it's something where it's just other times like it makes sense that Pat would be like that. It's like, yeah, this is Oba effing Femi. You can't take him lightly, Even Cody Rhodes would have to be careful, you know. let's go there. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. We're like back at that point, you see like Pat kind of like it wouldn't even be like shit talking Rhodes. It's just like, hey, he's fighting Obafemi, and Obafemi is no joke. And then you have another moment later on where Pat's a lot more pointed with his critique, and everybody had to be like, well, he's kind of being a dick to Cody for some reason. What's up with him? And then there's the contract signing between Cody and Randy, and he is like much more of a dick about it and says, Randy is a real champion. He's not worried about, kissing babies. He's worried about being the best. Unlike you, Cody, and you do it that way. That way it actually makes some sense versus the weird trying to save WWE thing. Nothing McAfee was trying to do. It was weird. It was really weird. So there's at least for a bit, it'd be like, oh, there's injuries, and there also might be a thing of you have to consider what storylines you're doing because you either have to go with the approach of, well, Stephanie Vaquer, for example, she'll be back soon, so we need to. You're almost going to have like filler stuff for Liv to do, even in the best case of scenarios, because it's going to be, well, Liv and Vaquer have to pick up where they left off, so she can't be like too buried in something. But you also can't have too passe of a thing for Liv to do. Now, having her being queen in the ring is just like, but why? You've got other talents, but why? Give other women a chance. What are you doing? And me talking about how TKO keeps shoving their giant corporate nose in everything is not some free pass for if Hunter's not booking well, but it's a possible consideration. I've always thought that, where he's having to figure out how to work in all of this stuff that they desperately need him to do, and but then he probably wouldn't be doing some of that crap. It's almost done. I think this is the candle. After I get this candle built, I'll step away for a minute to feed Olive her food. Move some of these smaller pieces up here. Just gonna take a moment. Okay, got some snowflakes there. Okay. I also know that I think the next two Raws, well, I think one is going to be in Saudi Arabia, so whoops, I'm going to be busy at that time. But I think the next Raw is going to be on at like 2 our time because they're going back to Europe again. They're doing a stop in London, I think. So that's something to keep in mind. I'll be sure to tell Byron that if I talk to him again. That way he knows that I should be free to go for any gaming thing that we might want to do. Maybe he and I can start playing through the Gears of War campaign in Reloaded Edition. Okay. So let's build this candle. Heck yeah. Alright. I'm trying to think through everything else going on in wrestling, if there's anything else worth talking about. Can't talk too much about SmackDown because I keep not watching it because it's not. What's going on? Why isn't this? There we go. I got a position weird. Whatever. Okay. Oh no, there was a big kerfuffle about, oh, you know, why isn't Punk on TV? And I want to do more politics and blah, blah, blah. And I think pretty much everybody's like me is like, it is entirely possible that he's just like not on television right now. Y'all can like chill. Just because he had problems at AEW does not mean that because he's on television he's suddenly having problems again. It just means that he's just, you know, not on television. It also might be resting him up because he is 40-something years old. Calm down, people. People just want to start stuff for no reason. Well, there's pictures of Punk. Punk is jacked. He's been in the gym. I have also been randomly on a random binge of a Solid Monster reviewing Dark Side of the Ring episodes. He's someone who can be a bit harsh in his critiques, but also sometimes brutally honest in his critiques. Oh, well, I think Hulu could let me watch most of the seasons of Dark Side of the Ring. I know that they are coming back soon or have come back now, and they're doing 3 episodes on TNA. Which Brian did a review of a show recently. So I remember something that did happen in AEW. For Christian Cage, definitely been one to talk about. Christian Cage getting inappropriate. Yeah, Pac is just. I think some of it's how Pac is dressed now, where it like focuses on it and just he lifts, bruh. But yeah, Christian Cage has been known to make some comments about people's mothers. And so kind of that he has standards at some point. Not enough standards to not like insult somebody's mother, but you know. But yeah, just Pac might be lifting more, but also I think it's just a certain way that he's dressed that's just like emphasizing it. Yeah. I credit to Pac and to Swerve Strickland, who definitely got a lot of muscle on them, but they're not losing mobility. Oh, and the thing of Swerve, the match that Brody King and Swerve Strickland had was amazing, as we knew it would be. I'm still thinking about the one spot where Swerve did like his like flip handstand out of the ring, and then Brody picked him up and just slammed him on the announce table. That just looked nasty. It looked like it did break him in half. God dang. Okay, why doesn't this want to go on? So, Come on. There we go. And then followed by goes like that. Okay. Yeah, we go like that. There's not much in the way of that right now. Okay. It's looking real nice. Okay. That. Also, I guess that would mean, I think like AEW Tag Titles are being defended. Mox is defending his title against Bandito. There then. Yeah, it goes there. Okay. You go there. Then you go there. Right. Yeah, this is a Christmas candle. There's only but so many shapes things can be. Box. For instructions. Yeah, it's, I didn't say the name there, but what's the name of the box? Christmas table decoration. So yeah, it's supposed to be a red candle. So in theory, if I had a table to put this on around Christmas time, I'd have a Christmas table decoration. But I at least have something to put on a shelf to look nice. You got that. Actually, no, I got. Hold on. What was I want to focus on that step. I have this step to do. I got this thing back in June, or not back in June. I got this thing back at Christmas, and I just kept staring at it, and just finally decided that I'm just gonna build these Lego sets today. And I'm a Christmas baby, so whatever. I can justify it. Yeah, it's my stream. I can justify it however I want in that way too. Okay, we got the other one's a lot more, pun not intended, more evergreen for whenever you want to build it, because it's Squirtle like this. Which we'll see how long it takes. Hopefully not long. Maybe hopefully it takes the rest of the time. I don't know. Yeah, straighten that off. Yeah, whatever. Can I see? Okay, I think I found pieces that I need. All right. So, big and little. Big and Lily. And I don't play the games too much anymore, but it's part of my childhood. I stay adjacent enough to the whole gaming scene to know roughly when games come out. And I've got my Burlington crew of people. They still love Pokemon. Also never reject Not gonna reject gifts. Again, Pokemon was my childhood, so Gen 1 and Gen 2 in particular were my childhood. It's like that. Okay. That. Then like that. Guess we can go with today's life lesson of just love what you love. Don't let people tell you that you're too old or too whatever to love what you want to love. Gotta maintain your sanity somehow. Just let's just see if we can rotate those. Ah, mother frickin'. Off, mother. So they've not lost. Yeah, I need that brown piece back there. I'm trying to find a way to grab this without breaking something else off. So that's more stuff than I wanted to come off. Frick, damn it. I don't even know where this came off of. Shoot. Yeah, I have no clue where that fell off of. Some of these things are a hair more fragile than I would have liked, but I'm gonna keep having little pieces flying off of this. I don't know where this goes. It's nowhere obvious. Yeah, no idea. Good. Again, just stick by being who you are. Keep loving what you love. Don't care that he's talented. Who gives a shit? I enjoy it. You don't have to. Methinks this is. What's going on? There. It looks like. Okay. There's a lot of detail work, but. So this is a hair shaky. So I wouldn't be surprised if I have to try to reconstruct some of this later, but I think this is done. Yep, there we are. Okay, let's see if I can attempt to. There we are. Christmas time centerpiece. big red candle. Don't keep your big red dogs near the big red candle, because big red dog might turn into a big black ash pile. So. Oh wait, there's actually one more little bit of flourish. Put little flowers on there, I think. Yeah. I think we good. I don't think we could do the other one. Okay. Wait, I think I have slightly. Wait. That would explain why these didn't seem to fit on too well. I need to do this. Just a moment for this to be truly complete. Come on, come on. Get it in there. Come on. There we go. Just a moment while I get this to be truly finished. Yeah, no clue where that one green piece came from. I'm not seeing an obvious piece missing. But you guys want to be a bit more festive. These snowflakes are going to stand out a little bit more. Yeah, let me get this done, show it off, and then I'll step away for a minute or two. Give Olive her food, and then I'll start on the other one that I might just stream until that one's like done. Done. There we go. Now it's complete. I put this on a shelf somewhere. It's part of what I'll figure out where I can put it. To at the bare minimum, get it out of the way. There's probably spares back in there. Okay. I can also tell Burlington Grove people that I got at least that done later on. Okay. Okay, again, I'll be right back. let's start this one. And I might just not stop streaming until I get this one done too, just to, because I don't know where I would put a half-finished set. That's the big thing. I'm trying to follow how this is supposed to be open, I think. I think I see how this is open. Okay. Should it open? No. Any special directions I need to be mindful of. So I think I know what this is. So it looks like it might be like this is setting up a backing for it. This is the design itself, and this is a clear layer to go over it to protect it, I think. All right. Okay. All right, I'll give props to Mega Blocks. To have like red and blue highlights on the nubules that stuff would click to, so I can help you line up stuff a little bit better. Okay, that's something for Mega. Mega Block might be something else, but like Mega. Okay. I'm also seeing this on the inside of it. So that'll be a way to keep, because those bags are labeled like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, G, H, and all that. So that'll be a way to keep that sorted. That's interesting. Okay. Get these bags kind of sort of separated out and all that. Okay. That one will open here in a moment. And back 3, A and B go there. Okay. All right. So. Trying to be gentle. We have to deal with that. Okay. So I need that. I need a 3x3. I need another hooked piece. That will. Okay. That will go like this. Okay. Then I need to try and do just a little sorting. That was not all doing? Come on. Do the thing. You should do the thing. There we go. Okay. So we need some more. Yeah, another 3 to 3. Okay. Wait. Also gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 2, 4, 6. Okay, and then I need a. What is that? A 4x2. That's a 6. That's a 3. That's a 4x2. Okay. So that. Yeah, that goes like that. Then you go there, and then that should. Wait, no, that's a 2x3. Okay. That goes like that. Okay. I got that thing over here. So then you go like that. All right. Okay. I'm also. I mean, that's what I need for like step 2 and step 3. I wasn't 100% sure for step 1. I think I was getting like some idea, like, oh, that's what's in bag 1. I wish it was a few dozen. It's usually either nobody or 1 or 2 people. I wish it was a few dozen. Maybe one day it'd be a few dozen, but for now, there's a lot of probably me just talking to myself. Or we had Nakia, who's in here earlier. They said they're usually lurking. Very rarely, if ever, do we have 3, 4 people. I just need to probably promote what I'm doing more often than I'm doing, which would be through stuff like posting to the Instagram channel I just made that I'm going live and pulling highlights and all that. I did have somebody tune in to one of my streams the other day, saying that they knew you from middle school, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think the name was Divisor, I think. Which that was cool. No, that's not what I need. Care pieces. Need those. So yeah, you got me somebody that's going to maybe possibly watch my stuff at some point. We'll see. I need to deliver. Yeah. Goes there, and then I need. That would go there. Wait. Something feels off about that. Hold on a second, that's not adding up. 1, 2 there. 1, 2, 3 there. It's not. That's not adding up. could I possibly mess up here? Just a moment. What's not defined is I don't have any kind of brick separator tool, so if I royally screw this up, then I'm kind of up the creek with some of these pieces. So you got that on there, then you had that there. Kind of just want to stir as much as I can because I don't like this. Something feels off about that. I don't have brick separator tool, so I mean, nope, I'm gonna keep trying not to screw that. Okay. All right. So if that, then we have that come together. That requires just like that. And get that, and then that, then probably say that now that that does like that. Okay. We have that. Now we'll do that. Then that goes there. And then that would go like that. Where does that one go? I guess it would go like this because that would have it fit into place. Okay. And now we're here. That would go there. And a 6 goes there. There's like a pip missing here. That's what the problem is. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. That's like that. That's there. That's there. Where did that extra lot of pips come from then? Fun thing with this being all black pieces, you can kind of lose track of stuff. Put it there. That gets clipped to that. Bottom row that was just sitting there. break this apart again because it's just... Well, the problem is I'm looking at these images and it's almost like an extra little pip appears. So let's see if I can point to it. It's like that second blue pip right there feels like it appears out of nowhere. And I'm not sure where it's supposed to be coming from. I kind of do. So everything like forced perspective can kind of throw it off a little bit if I'm not careful. Wish I had a brick separator. I can get this off and truly make it its own thing, but it's on there now. I don't think my teeth are going to do any good with it. It's probably a brick separator somewhere in the Legos that are in Mom and Dad's garage, but who knows if those been made. They're still out there. I don't know, but okay. That there. Okay, so those are like that. And these are all black pieces, which, okay. So that looks like it's like that. Okay. I go with this one. That goes there. So like these first steps, like these two steps I'm going to do, for example, I know are correct. There's no other way for them to be done. All right, these pieces, they're good. There's no other way for them to go. And wait, that's like that. Okay, I see where it went. Okay, I was missing a piece, technically. Okay, yeah, I have to do this. Okay, that's where the extra pip's coming from. Okay. Yeah, all these being black pieces, just making it kind of tricky. There we go. Now all pips can be accounted for. Okay. I'm probably... This might be an extra long stream because again, I want to get this done. I don't know if I can leave this like half complete. This box ain't too bad, but okay. So that's where one of those went. I need the 6x6. That goes there. So that does that. And that would do that. Try to make sure I'm not missing anything else. What I'm not liking is that that's saying they require 2 right-hand. This is saying it required 2 right-hand pieces, but I'm not. Focus. Come on, focus, you. Crap, come on. There. I'm only seeing it use one of the right-hand pieces. I'm just trying to be careful. I don't have a brick separator, so if I screw up this, these are all flat pieces, so I can't just like pry them off very easy. Okay. Everything looks good so far, I guess. Okay, that's a 6, that's a 2, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, that's what it was. It's not a backing piece, okay. The missing right angle piece is supposed to be a back piece, right? Back here. So that click to that. Okay. Okay. I'm slowly learning this. Okay. And then those are like that. Okay. So what I can do, because that little one piece is going to be annoying if I'm not careful, I'll do that. Because that's how those hang on to that little ledge right there. And then I put that there. Okay. All right. I should hopefully breaking at least a little bit of steam. Okay. So, to the side for the moment. I need. I think this is a tenor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. Go like that. So 2 by 4 will go right there. Gonna need this piece. 8, 8, 2 by 8. I believe it would be 2, 4, 6. Okay. That goes like that. Then I need a 1 by 2. That goes there, it looks like. Okay. The green piece would go like that. Okay, then I think that would go like that. And is it saying this? I think so. Yeah, looks like part of the next piece. Okay. So 1 by 1, I need a 2 by 1, I need a 1 by 4. And then I need this one. So the 1 by 1 go there. It's always a straight piece. It's okay, but also I need to do that. And that's going to be attached to it by that. Alright. Again, I'm picking up what they're putting down. Starting to at least. Heck yeah. Alright. There. That goes there, and then you will go right there. Okay. Might be this plate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm pretty sure it's probably 8 connectors too. Sorry, I didn't hit with the mic. 2, 4, 2, 4. Okay. And then another 1 by 2. Got that. All right. This is going to go. Okay, 2 of these actually. Okay. Got that there. Then y'all get attached right there. And then this will attach like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. There we go. Okay. All right. I actually ought to start picking up speed now. Okay. I need go like that. Got that. Got one of those. Try not to have the headphone cord hit either. I can't imagine that sounds fantastic, but okay. 8, 4, 6, 8. We're gonna get this together and rhyme it all, but okay. So 2, 5, got the thin piece. Got that. This is going to be assembled like that. Okay. Okay, all this is just the backing. Once we get into actual, hopefully more like colored stuff, this should be a little bit easier. It's all black and hard to see stuff. Okay. That go like that. Then we have a tour go over here. That rhymed. Okay. Okay, we need a 1x1 and then a 2x2 curve, 2 of those actually. Okay. That goes there, that goes there. I know riveting commentary, but the commentary is there. Yes, the block with this block pitch is very black. Yes. Need a 1x1, need 2 right angle, 2x2 pieces. Need a 1x3. There's not 1x3. That's a 1x3. And a mother of hell. So I put the microphone there. I'm assuming I can be heard when I'm here. I hope. And then a 2x5. Is you 2x5? You is okay. You is okay. That looks like that goes like that. Let's just go next to that. 5. Where? Hold on. Okay, you go there. Okay, that go like that. That goes like that. Okay, I think that's correct. You go like that, then you go there. You go like that. Go like that. Okay, there we go. Backbeat's going along just fine. Okay. Let's flip some of these over. 2s, or 1x2s. I need a 1x4. So not helping that I've put these black pieces on a black surface, so it's hard to see them. But okay. I think you go there. You go there. You go there, and then there's one more that goes like that. Okay. Oh, this is feeling productive. Okay. Okay, I need one of those. I need both of those. I need okay, so 1x4. 1x3, 1x4, and then 1x6, 2, 4, 6. Okay. So going over here, so you go like that, that accounts for that. Then if we do that, and then why isn't that just like, I guess, I think I know what it is. Okay, I understand their process. So the light's kind of glaring, but just what I'm looking at is like on the one side, this is a 1x6, and this is like a 1x4 and a 1x1. I was wondering why this had to be two separate pieces, but I think I understand their manufacturing process. They just make even number studs. That way you never studs in this, though, in the ones. That way you can get the proper dimensions that way. Okay. It's interesting. Probably a way to also just be cheap for, because you could probably just make some of them just, I don't know, maybe, well, they make by 3, so I don't know why they didn't make maybe like a 1x5. It's just not that common. So it's like, we'll just make a bunch of, throw in like a 1x4 and a 1x1, and that'll account for it. Okay, so 2x5, it's 2x4. But again, right now this is the 2x5, so I can have 1x5. I guess 1x5 must be just like super rare, and it's just not worth them manufacturing it, I guess. Making sure it's all flat. What else do I need there? 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Gonna go like that, and then wait. No, that's 2x4. Okay. Then there we go. I think. Yes. Okay. So there we go. Didn't get it. Okay. 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 1x1. 1x2. 2x3, and that's 2x5. Okay. And right along here. That there. That go there. You go there. Then you should should line up with the majority of that. Okay. Yeah, that's going to go along. It's going along this side. Pausing for a moment. Okay. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Now we're getting it. There. Got that. Okay. 1 by 1. Triangle piece. By 3. By 4. Looks like I might have one extra 1 by 1 piece, potentially. Unless next I was like, need this one last one. Nope, okay. They're running back to right after that. Okay. So, like that. You would go up there, you would go right there, and you right there. Okay. Then 2. Okay. So now we got some 3D pieces, which might help. I don't know. Let's get the orange over there. Get this purple. And there we go. Okay. So we got those. I need a 1 by 3. There it is. Then we need. Okay. That goes like that. Goes like that. Okay. Oh, I need another 1 by 3. What do I miscount? There it goes. Yeah, next time I do something where there's a bunch of black pieces, I'm gonna need to remember to put down maybe I should like a piece of paper under there. That way I can tell some of these black pieces apart a little bit better. Come on. Goes there, that goes there, and that is doing Right there, right? There it is. Okay. That I need 4 corner pieces. Okay. Okay, that's there. All right. Just around 1 Then a 3D 2x2, and then 2 3D corner pieces. Okay. You go there. That goes there. Make sure that it, okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Okay. Okay. It looks like the main thing is just going to be like lining around this edge with these 3 pieces. Okay. Doesn't involve you to click into place, just so you know. There we go. Okay. Just like that. Then you will go like that. Then yeah, I'm going to go with this being lining the edge like this. Okay. I need that purple piece. So 1, 2, 3 of those. I need that. I need a 3D 1x2. No, not yet. Get that. Then I need a regular 1x1. There we go. Okay. So we're over here. We want to do that. Followed by that. Alrighty. Get in there. There we go. I should try not to swear more than I already have. Okay. Just feels wrong to be swearing a whole lot right now. As frustrating as it might be sometimes. Okay, I'm seeing that this is. We're definitely, that's what I figured we're building the back here. That way you can put it on a stand or hang it if you want. That's what we're doing here. Okay. Those, I need that. Okay. I guess we're gonna get the last of those right there. Okay, finally need those. We need 4 more 3Ds. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Look at the wrong page, sorry. I was very confused for a second. Just look at the wrong page, that's all. Okay, you go like that. Then okay, we got these 2 pieces. They're like this to guide presumably the stick that would be going to this purple piece, which has a cross on it. Help give it some stability. Just heard that fall. Not that is in my chair. Thank God. Okay. I will presume that would go there. Okay. Now back to the flat pieces. So I need a flat 1x1, a flat 2x2, 2 flat corners, and 2 flat 1x3s. Okay. Alright, well, we're getting weird. Come on, get in there. Get in there right now. Grab flat. Alright, let me rotate it this way. So maybe this will get more. Okay, so that's working Yusuf. Not gonna question. Okay, and then that go like that. That goes like that. Do that. This and then do that. Hey, what do you know? Flat corner. Do that. Do a flat 4. A flat. Get 2x4. That goes like that. The curved corner piece goes there. Just making sure. Okay. Flat 2x1, flat, like that. I need 4 of these corner pieces. Ooh, there. Flying. What's it on it? Not quite sure where that corner piece flew. Well, that could be a problem. I dropped one of these. It's not the tiniest thing in the world, but it also seems like, judging by the last bag and just how generally sets like this are, they don't usually give you that many extra pieces. I might be able to get away with it, but I'll try to continue on without it, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I'll see if I can get away with it. That's all I can do. Alright, by dumb luck, this will be one of the things. It's entirely possible that it landed back here with my other ones. I didn't know it. I just know that I had it and I didn't. So, then that, okay. Yeah, probably I'm going to have to find it. I don't think I have the good fortune of this weapon being one they had a duplicate of. One of those, two of those, not okay. Remember that that one is missing a corner piece, if I ever do find it. Okay, so that's like that. Okay. If this is what I think it is, then this should be open for me to add it back in anyway. Depending on if they put another layer here or not. So I'm just going to study what this is doing and here like that. Good. First it goes there. Go there, and then you'll go right there. Yay! Okay. Dude, okay. You go like that. You go there, and then you will go there. Come on, I have that. Right there. Okay. It said you go like that, but there we go. Okay, again, this is the back, so this missing piece here, can't freaking see it all. I'll be able to see if there's like a corner piece that's supposed to go right there. If when I find it, I can just snap it on there. It's there somewhere. Yes, I need to clean my office. I know. Swatch reference, place the pieces. Okay. See those smaller pieces. So I'll just put bag 3 right here. Okay. This is a tool that they add in to help align pixels, apparently. Okay, so. Ooh, they got their own little brick separator thing. Nice. Okay. Okay. So. We're going to build this color swatch. We put that on there. I was supposed to be like building. Ooh, this is being multi-purpose. Ooh. Also seeing their little system. In that box, I've got little cardboard things so you could put all the pieces there and get part of the swatch made. So in bag AB, they have A is that brown yellow color and B is the black color, which is a good way to separate it out. As long as you keep your A's and your AB, your bag separated, then all should be good. Not really. How long ago? Might actually need to. I don't know about like on all the ones. I want to get this done. This also might be. Might take a while. Might take a while. Yeah, definitely understand what this is because when you know with these little 1x1 tile pieces, they get kind of crooked. So if you have this to straighten them out, that helps a lot. What's wrong? I put the K on sideways. Not that super matters, but. Another showing that you can do it. There we go. Not like that popped off like that, but. Got it off. Okay. Okay. Y'all want to put the letters on the other way. That's good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Somebody needs to stop eating dinner at some point, or at least stop for a few minutes, get food in my gullet and then get back to this, because I put the letters on a certain way, but you can see there that top of the alphabet goes towards this flat piece, and I did, so you can see the opposite. I don't think it matters. It probably doesn't matter, but just in case, let me do it their way. Definitely got valuable lessons for if I ever get another one of these sets. I know things to look out for. There we go. Okay. Now, y'all are going to tell me to install it, to assemble it like this, which I will do. Put C. L will go right there. F is the last one on there. There, get those in place. K. J. I. H. J. Okay. Try to get that to be kind of flattened, because it'll bug me otherwise. It bug me. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're saying to use the box like that. And this is how the directions be after that. Alright, so grab the bag. There we go. There's probably some other 36-year-old men putting together Legos on Twitch, but I'm your brother, and I feel like that means something. That makes it even more special. Yeah, it is something that it's definitely becoming a more prominent thing in recent years for adults to be like, I'm going to do whatever I want. By adults, I mean millennials who've managed to get into the find out portion of FAFO to frick around and find out when it comes to the economy, because we were young enough to be able to screw around, but now we're old enough to not to find out because of people not thinking about us. But yeah, quite a few people that I see. I actually follow some of the accounts that do Lego stuff all the time. So and those other people are probably doing different Lego sets. If I knew I had room for more Lego sets, I definitely would do it. But I won't decline someone saying like, "Hey, let me get you a set like this for birthday, Christmas, I will not decline that because it helps me decorate just a little bit more, gives me a reason to make more of the shelves. Well, more like install the shelves on, like the bookshelf back there. There's a shelf or two that's missing. With all, I wouldn't want anything on the lower shelves there. I do desperately need to shred my office. No. As I said, no. Probably need to work out just a hair more to make sure these things are getting into their proper slots over here. But this is definitely, if people ever give me another one of these sets in the future, I definitely know. Definitely a stream that I can do for sure. And it's nice having somebody watch a stream I do, so. Okay. All right. Kind of trusting at this point. Gonna use lots of K. Maybe watch other people doing this. You'd see them have like a directly overhead camera. This is me having webcam tilted down and monitor slightly tilted down to try to achieve this. Trying to make sure that's all good and kosher. Of that one. Okay. Where's that G going? That one. Yeah, let me do that. That way I can be sure I've got that because I don't overdo the blue. More blues, more blues, more. Okay. Okay. So my blue lining up to there. Okay. Yeah, let me just put there to make sure that it's done. Gonna need more blues there. Okay, then I need to try to just make sure that'll stay on there. Okay. Now this next one, let's do that, and then we will do that. Jiggling a little bit to make sure that the pieces get aligned proper. Okay. Three. So that would go like that. That goes there. That one will go like that. I'm trying to fill in all of quite a few of these here. A lot is just going to be blue K, so I just need to fill that in. Need that. Stay in alignment. Okay. Then have two of these eyes. The eyes have it. H. That was that J, and then speaking of J. There's a J to its diagonal. Position, I need an H right next to it along with an E. Okay. I'm gonna be. Shoot, I don't actually have my first thing to post to my Instagram account. So that I got these done. To tell people you can watch me play video games on Twitch. Alright. Usually don't do this. So it's diagonal. Two G's. And I. Okay, that G. G will go there, then that G can go right there. Alignment. And we'll throw another G right there, why not? Also because that's where we're supposed to go. Okay, then D is this color. Don't do C yet. Okay, so up there. See if I can get this. I can just down to where nothing but just K's I have to put into place. Double I there. Right, a G right there. She goes there. Let's go like that. Two eyes right there. They have an eye to its diagonal. Okay. And you have G right there. Okay. I think a lot more of this is just going to be K's. Okay, so I need 3 for right here. If I can get these straight, I think the interior will also be done. Okay, let's get 2 more K's out. You need to go there, and you'll need to go right there. You're kick it, so then nothing but K's into there. Okay. This is coming along. I'm so happy. There. Need one more to fill that in too. Okay. Okay, and then yeah, all the rest of that. Looks like I'd use 2 more G's there because it's not quite all the K's. Get it out. There we go. Okay. You go like that. You go like that. Let's do this for some assurances. Okay, everything else should be. Everything else should be K's. All right. Alright. Getting the outline of what this step is showing. Oop, nope, that is not correct. That is an L. And I'd be taking one if I put that piece on there. Granted, I got the tool to undo it, but principle doesn't matter. So I do it right the first time. That goes there. That there. Do my best to not try to grab these weird, because I don't need one of these pieces go flying. Granted, it'd be bright colors is probably easier to spot, but still. Guess I've mentioned it 3 or 4 times already. This office is cluttered. It needs to be straightened up a lot more. Okay. That looks correct. Yep. Okay. Next step. Fold this over so I don't get confused. Alright. Alright, so we got more K's. That'll go there. Then we can go right there against those. Straightened up. Let's put you right there. Just fill in these K's right here to get them out of the way. Okay, so put I right there. And then G right there. Let's put another I. Grab 3 C's to go across. Right there, and right there. Okay. Then I see 3 K's across just above this green. I, E, and a J. Diagonal to that, we'll put another. I just do that down there. So that's not to do that, and I did that. I didn't hear it hit anything. No. Under the chair. Nice. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Alrighty. I guess I can do that J. Sure that was getting in line more properly. That eye is there, but G. Another G. And then an I. Alright. That nails that outline. Okay. Which one I'm currently on in case I forget for some reason. About okay. About to be done with it, I presume. G. Another G, we need an I after that. Then we need an E. E, H. Two G's. Okay. Okay, let's need another B. Well, this was much smaller. Yeah, but these pixel pieces putting on down are the regular size of a 1x1. There are some really tiny sets though that really they are small. You really do probably need a freaking magnifying glass after a while. But maybe you can see 1x1 pieces. You should be fine. Two G's. I don't know what they're called. I think probably something like micro is in their name. I don't think I've gotten one of those. But I know they exist. For they're another thing we call like, or they were called like nano. I think some nano or nano something. They're just called nano, but they were really tiny pieces. Two G's and an I. And we need an ale. And we give me an F. I said give me an F. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Nano bricks. I wonder if there's on this site a way to demonstrate like how very small they are. Probably not. If I just like had to see it, but yeah. Yeah, they're called nano block. But they're really, really, really tiny. Okay, need another E. Okay. Give me an H. Now give me a J. How about another I? Yay, this row's done. Woo! Yeah, I've picked up a lot of speed. Okay. So I need several G's. Okay. I don't know if I have like maybe you can look up like Lego versus Nano block and have it show you that way. Cause I looked at the site, it doesn't make it obvious. Also, it takes you to Amazon. It doesn't make it obvious how small the bricks are, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them. They're like pretty freaking tiny. So you definitely want to just have a very controlled area and probably almost pull out a pair of tweezers almost just to make sure you're doing it right. I even have tools for it, I'd imagine. It's really good to have a mod at all times. Good may have a mod find it and like put it on the chat and all that. But yeah, I'm kind of in the zone with. I'd probably look up a little bit more again, look up nanoblocks and see if maybe get a comparison. I'd look it up more, but I'm like doing this. I know it's probably a long stuff. Then a G, another I, then L, yep, okay, and we'll need an F. Need a J. I'm surprised I would need another I. Okay. Again, try to make sure these stay in place. Okay. Definitely getting there. You definitely now tell this is definitely Squirtle. So to finish off more Squirtle, more. All right. Okay, I need it. Let's put a D and an A there. I can give myself some kind of like bit of identifier of where things should go. Okay, I got those. Wait, I totally missed another row. Hold on. Yeah, I missed a row. Whoops, it isn't. Whatever. Because this block is still, this row is still missing. Oopsie. Okay. And I. Other I goes there. I there. Third one. Okay, and then we go over. That should be an A, and A is that one. Need a C. Go right there, and then an I. Let's F. Put that. That's I need two E's back to back. Active finishes this off. Active finish off this section now. Kind of got decided before, but I'm excited for good reason. Okay. Hopefully all that is, this should be good. I'm not going to go for absolute perfection. Okay, I'm doing another A right next to it. Need an I. Two more K's. I might be out of this blue. I swear. I swear. Okay. I need G. And I. And I have actually got off track. Either they don't, I don't know, I've told Travis and I think Barnes aware, but I know in the past he probably did. Okay, GI. I'd love for them to tune in at some point. Only if they're aware and only if they really want to. Okay. J. Okay. It would probably help to have them in here. That way I have at least 2 more people I can talk to. But, you know, I'm not gonna. I won't strong arm them to do it. Nor will I strong arm anybody to join me on a stream and like game with me or whatever. See. I think back when I first tried stream back in 2016, Byron tuned in for 1 or 2 streams. That was way back then. And that Byron now still got his life he's dealing with and living, best I can tell. So if he ever wants to tune in again, I won't stop him, obviously. But, gonna need 2 A's. I'll skip that. Then we got 2 D's. Okay, and over here I need another I. K. 2 G's. G. Okay. I know exactly where that one went. Things on me. It's a twofer. Not only did I find this colored piece, I found the corner piece that went missing earlier. And quite a bit more is right in the world. Okay. G, needed D. And we need a G. Okay. We thinks that 1, that'd be a Squirtle. And 2, I've used a lot of B's, so I'm wondering if now I'm going to use them to like outline. Yep, there we go. This might actually get done in a timely manner, you know. That looks like that's the base. Okay. Trying to be just a little careful with these. Okay. Alright. I think now we're going to put would be kind of like the clear coating over this, I'd imagine. Okay. Imagining that I need use those and then that. Okay, so or maybe there is like a clear coating on it. Maybe I'm just that'll go. Yeah, these black pieces are being used to put trim around it at least. Okay. Okay. One of those. One, two, three, four. Some of my concerns about these pieces going flying might be alleviated if I wasn't sitting at this standing desk. If I was sitting at a regular desk, they'd have a lot less room to do anything. But because I'm like sitting a few feet up, it gives the pieces more momentum to go a-flying. Getting there. It's taking much longer. I need a tour. And then I need a water. Okay. And we need ones. We need some twos. Then we need not one or two. Okay. I'm saying okay a lot. Because it's okay. there, shockingly. That goes like that. That would go like that. Maybe if in the future there's enough people, it could be done. Okay. Doesn't look much different, but now squirrel's got a border around him. Or her. It. Alright, now we're going to build the base. Because some singer did apparently sing one time, it is all about that bass, about that bass, about that bass. I don't think I quite remember her name, nor do I remember if she is someone who is problematic or not. Well, 200 people that may get notification about what I'm doing, but not 200 people that are in here. That's the thing. Because there are definitely plenty of people that I follow on like YouTube and Twitch, but I haven't watched any of their content. So I would need like 200 people in here all the time, which that's a big ask. They are people like you and Dakia who are in here from time to time. That helps. Because some of these people that I'm watching and they get enough people in there to do something substantial with, you're looking at them having a lot more followers. And people just follow and then, well, they don't come back. Okay. I think. Ooh, okay, and also showing how you could hang it up if you want to as well. But okay, so here's my final product. It's got the base and all that. So what they're showing, if you want to hang it up, is that you would nail this like this, and there's a piece that got slotted so that you could hang it like that if you so desire. Awesome. I keep that with it just in case there's anything else. It's a list of parts. Okay. Heck yeah, that was fun. It only took about 40 minutes longer than a normal stream to do it too. I love it. Alright. I need to go eat dinner. But thanks for watching and hanging out. Until the next stream, have a lovely evening.